Whoops. I think I've come to the realization that S30V does not like polished edges. Ground Fog, what's up? You're here early. Team Warrior, what's up? Aiden, welcome back. Oh yeah. Oof. So I've come to my personal conclusion that S30V doesn't like polished edges. Now before I strop this, because I just cut a box up with it, I do want to look at it under the microscope. No, S30V seem to like it either. Tape residue. Yeah, that's from the films. I mean, I could do that. Thing is, you're gonna fall asleep in the middle of it anyway, so. And it won't have that high polish finish that it has right now. I do know you pretty well at this point. It's your fault for falling asleep. So, you know, I said that I'd probably skip the 2000. I think I'm going to buy the 2000. The Koromaku 2000. Possibly the glass. I think the glass is 1000 then 4000, but I'm not sure on that one. I don't think the baby hands have anything to do with it, but I know the soothing, beautiful voice that I have. Got a face made for radio. Me, I'm live. So I heard you were trying to get a patina on your Tenacious. Trying to think of what would be useful to do that. Oh, you're trying to get the rust off. Well, put a patina on it, and then it won't rust as easily. The downside is you're not going to have a super shiny blade. You're going to have a black blade. The Maximate is in my room. Give me just a minute. I didn't carry it today. I carried that, and I was sitting there suffering all day because it's not as fidget friendly. I have the abrasives, but I don't have the a tumbler. Very, very slow patina that I'm going with. But you can start to see the darker colors. Aaron, what's up? MDC, welcome back. But yeah, it started about like this. And then now it's a little bit darker. It doesn't show up on camera worth shit. If it did, I'd show you guys, but it just doesn't. It's a polished gray. It doesn't feel matte. But it's a darker gray. A steel brush will scrape the shit out of everything. I think if you want to use something like that, I think a brass brush would work. Is what titanium? Nothing that I've held tonight is titanium. Yeah, you will leave permanent scratches if you use a wire brush, specifically steel brush. I don't know what I would test it on, but I'm pretty sure that brass would just take the rust off and possibly leave behind a little bit of that brass color. Barkeeper's Friend would probably work. Flitz would do too much. Maybe Neverdole, but I've never used that either, so I try and give accurate info. God, this looks beautiful in person. It's got a little bit of an orange and blue patina on it, and you guys can't see that at all. If you want it stonewashed, I can do it. Lasagna for dinner. Sounds fucking good, but no. The dinner of champions tonight. Donuts. Yeah, the spot on these that like to develop rust is the plunge right here. No, just donuts. That's another thing. I wouldn't be able to redo the laser stuff. Lasagna sounds fucking fire, though. There's a couple spots that like to rust. Right here. This section right there. And then right here on the plunge grind. I have what battery? Would I actually need a tumbler to stonewash something, or could I just like stick it in a box full of that shit? You're gonna go buy name brand oil? Really? And what's a bottle? Like an ounce? That's a fucking scam. What are you trying to do with it? Oh, that's a horrible idea. Not my washing machine. 10 ounces. I'll tell you what. And it also depends, again, what do you plan on doing with it? I'll sell you some of the premium stuff that I use. That is $1 an ounce. I'm just cleaning it. Woohoo. You are indeed #1 at the moment. I have no clue. It literally means nothing. Okay, so I'll sell you some stuff. It's going to be $20 for 30 ounces. No. I'll tell you the stuff that I use. Do you have a CVS nearby? We might sharpen this tonight. It'll be my first time sharpening S90V, so we'll be using the Chiefer cut for it. Thing's expensive. It's probably gonna go for like 7 something. It is real. That's a real Arius. AJ, what's up? Bluing, dude. A cold blued steel. A cold blued knife blade. That thing would look sick. I didn't even think of that. That would be a badass look. I might try that. God, I gotta find a steel that would take to it though. Where do I get my knives from? That's a great question. So my local pawn shop and one of my buddies is the two places I usually go to. Every once in a while I go to Blade HQ, but lately I've been watching them raise prices higher than everybody else. I might not go with them anymore. I don't know though. So this one isn't mine. It is on loan to be cleaned and then sold, which we can do the cleaning now. Okay, cool. Whew, thank God. You guys will be proud to hear that I'm getting more and more disappointed in Blade HQ. Well, whether you're proud of that or not, that's Well, let's see. I don't think that I have. You know what? Should I sell the Para 3? Not the Maximate one, obviously, but the S45. It's not a bad knife. It's just it needs broken in, and the little bit of breaking in I tried didn't work out for me. You're not gonna be a mod. Definitely not tonight. No shit. Yeah, it needs breaking in. Are you kidding me? There's rust on this. He's about a time zone ahead of me. Oh, that came loose pretty easy. They use T9s. It is 1 hour ahead. I've never seen a company use T9s. What's wrong with streaming in the middle of the night? Huh? You got a problem with that? I do it all the time. I need to get a good look at the, it's spooky as hell. I need to get a good look at the bearings before I take them out. Y'all really thought I bought a fake Arius? Shame. I swear to God, my house is haunted. Funny. Very funny. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why my designs don't use bearings. I think bearings are a waste of money. And when they need maintenance, they need replaced. I get where you're going with that. But the only knockoff that I'm going to buy is a knockoff that I'm going to build. And I'm doing that next month. Or the month after. No, yeah, it is next month. This thing has never been taken apart. Oh, I see. You're going to say goodnight to everybody else and then just forget that I exist. That's... I was starting to think that that wasn't going to come out. So this is a two-tone DLC Arius from Koenig, made in 2017. For some reason, that doesn't surprise me. Unfortunately, I don't think that AJ could afford my taste. I have expensive taste, you guys know. Very, very expensive taste. I mean, have you seen my taste in knives? Look, AJ, I'm not saying you're broke, but I doubt that you can afford my taste and my hobbies. So this is DLC. The inside looks like DLC. The outside's just been heavily worn. I'm sure it'll go for at least the number that he wants, but I'm starting to doubt that it's gonna go for any more than that. We'll see you later, AJ. Have a good one. I'm thinking I'm gonna put it up for 8, but I don't think it's gonna sell for that much. I might try and pull 9. I don't know. It all depends on a few things. Who's buying it? You know, if it's somebody that I would give preferential treatment to. What do you mean, ugly ass satin finish? You don't like satin finishes? Sure, a new one is 800, but a new one's an M390, which has worse edge retention than this. Look, I get it. But back when this one came out, they were around 600. So, I don't know. This was a very, very limited run, is what they said in the email. No shit, that's logical. What do you think, I'm insane or something? I think once people realized that they make decent shit, the price started going up. And that's because of supply and demand. Come on, everybody, what does supply and demand mean? I was going to take this thing apart in a video for cleaning, but you know, at this point, I'm kind of just a streamer, and the streams are so much easier to do than videos. You just don't want to put in effort. Well, who does? I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say that that's wrong. I'm gonna bring this to my local knife shop. One of the guys said that he'd like to see it. just carry it that day. Get a taste for the high life. I'm also curious how much they would charge. I'm insane? What, because I'd carry it? Don't tell me you used a T9 and a T7. Okay, a T8 and a T9, that makes more sense. Pens and pen blades, what's up? Just so you know, your baby banter is all packed up and ready to ship out. Cereal. Eh. Is that supposed to be an insult or something? Like, genuinely confused now. Yep, no problem. He's a serial kid. Like, the fuck is that supposed to mean? Genuinely have no clue what you're talking about. I love how there's like a decent amount of people in here. I'm going to take a wild guess that nobody knows what I'm working on. Did your email make it to me? Depends. If you meant the one that has your address and stuff, yes. That one did make it to me. Hence why I said it's ready for shipping. I'm not trying to sound mean about it, by the way. But when I mean ready for shipping, I mean I can drop it off at the post office and it will make it to you. If you sent another one, then no. I don't know. I haven't read it if you sent another one. Very kind-mannered. If that's how you talk to companies, then you should have a great time talking. Yep. All good. Your receipt will be in the package. Okay. Now couple more parts that need cleaning, and then we will clean out the bearings. What? I don't pay attention often. I'm gonna be honest, last night I was kind of in a hurry, and today when I was sitting there prepping everybody's stuff for shipping all at once, I was not paying attention to grammar. I'll be honest, the time that it mattered most, your grammar mattered most, is not messaging me. If there's a time for you to worry about message grammar, that would be reaching out to, I'm assuming, a pen company or somebody that makes pen blades, if that would surprise you. Which probably means you are interested in traditionals. I'm not sure about the new Ozark Trails. I'm honestly kind of happy that I didn't buy one. Now, don't get me wrong, it sucks that I missed out on a great video opportunity, but I kind of don't really enjoy making videos. Good for you, dude. I love how GFY means two different things. Go fuck yourself and good for you. I don't know. I should probably reach out to Ozark Trail. Not to get something for free, but to ask questions. MDC liked that. Yeah, GFY means good for you or go fuck yourself. Don't get me wrong, everybody's going to take it as go fuck yourself, but if you're a nice dude, they might not think that way. Nobody's going to get it unless you tell them you meant good for you. Everybody's going to think you meant go fuck yourself. And I'm pretty sure if you look up what does GFY mean on Google, it's going to show up as the mean one. Okay. I should bring this thing to a pawn shop and see how much they'd give me for it. Just for shits and giggles. Oh, damn. I cut one of my, what are they called? Microfiber cloths somehow. Weird. What is up? Not a whole lot. Just sitting here cleaning a Koenig. But yeah, I think I'm definitely going to drop by a pawn shop and just for shits and giggles see how much they offered me for it. Phone. Why do you ask? Look, my production quality, or my production cost, is the cost of the knife. The phone is a free upgrade phone. Well, I hope you like it. Just curious. Yeah, my production cost is literally nothing. It's all dependent on how much the knife cost. No, you say that, but what does 25 times 4 mean? 25 times 4 is enough for you to buy that little native. 25 times 4 is $100. That's enough to fill up a tank of gas. $25 is a big loss when you look at it that way. Oh yeah, my streams are on my phone too. I'm about 8 inches away from my phone when I'm talking. And you guys are in front of me. The phone is in front of me, so my voice projects directly towards the mic on the phone. See, I'd agree with you there to a point. The reason why I didn't buy I've talked about this a few times. The reason why I didn't buy the Vision was because the cheaper version was in Nitro V, and my only experience with Nitro V was terrible. Okay. I think we're prepped and ready to put this thing back together now. So we're going to go ahead and do that real quick. Actually, I didn't clean this off. So this is DLC coated, but over the years of heavy use, apparently DLC coating actually does come off. I didn't know that. See, I thought that because DLC coating was as hard as it was, and it was a permanent type of coating, unlike paint, then it would last significantly better than it does. Now, I'm not saying that it doesn't last well. Well, okay, so their Damascus is a VG10 core, which is 10CR. There's no difference. It is a 10CR core Damascus, so the blade edge is 10CR. And 10CR has better edge retention. And I think better stainless properties than Nitro V. And yes, losing a screw on this thing would be devastating. That explains a lot. And of all the screws that I would hate to lose, I think the pocket clip one takes the cake. On the bright side, I've said this a few times before, they make these just down the street. I might be able to send an email and have one made. The benefits of living where I do are quite great. Okay, so we're going to go like this with these two. Yes. With a T9. Oh, that's interesting. The Q-tip didn't do what I needed it to. Fucking plastic Q-tips. I'm never buying plastic Q-tips again. This is bullshit. There. Yep, and, well, actually, is that true? Where the fuck did I put the blue notebook? I'll look it up later. If you have that app, then you can look it up yourself. Or maybe you already did. That is what I completely agree with. I've started questioning why Nitro V is even on the market. See, it may perform similarly. Yeah, that's the same thing with 440C. 440C does not deserve to get shit on as much as it does. I talked so much shit about 440C until I actually looked into the material composition of it. It's slightly better, like performance-wise, is slightly better than 154CM. And I love 154CM, but I've been sitting there shitting on 440C for a while now. Oh, dude, that is smooth. I can see why people buy these. Will I buy one? No. What do you mean no? You already have one. Well, fun fact, it's not mine. I stole it. No. So one of my buddies wants me to sell it for him. But step one of that was cleaning it. And then step two is I think 154CM is tougher than 440C, and that's the only difference. Like 440C has better edge retention. 440C is better for stainless properties, I believe. All 154CM is good at is toughness. There's just better steels out there for the same price. Again, not saying it's bad, but with all the other steels that are out there, the fact that it's even on the market is kind of shocking. Like, I'm sure it's a great steel. Don't get me wrong on that at all. I just have different preferences for the price. What country has the best steel? I'm biased and I'm going to say America, but to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. We have some of the most advanced edge retention steels. So, compare them. Go look into it, dude. They are so much closer than people think they are. I want everybody to take a look into that. 1% carbon steels are close enough. No way. Are you sure? I thought 440C was like slightly better. Hmm. Interesting. You know what's really interesting about those two steels is their compositions are completely different. Like super super similar in properties, but their compositions are way different. I don't know, this thing just doesn't give me the satisfaction that I was expecting. And this thing's heavy. Relatively speaking, it is solid titanium with zero skeletonization. So, being titanium, you'd think that it's lightweight. It's not. I'd agree with that. I mean, 154 CM's been around since the 70s. They used it for jet engine pieces, turbine engines. Yeah, those two are so similar. Now to sharpen it. What sucks is this thing needs reprofiled. It is in rough shape. And reprofiling this is my first time reprofiling this expensive of a knife. I'm not worried about ease of sharpening. Basically, whatever hard or edge retention is, subtract that number from 10, and that's ease of sharpening. That's what it tends to be anyway. Look into that. That's not wrong. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to sharpen a knife. I can stand up to do something and then forget what I was standing up to do. .154 cm also sounds more exotic. resistance to snapping when you do something stupid. Stuff like that. Let that soak for a few minutes. While we're waiting, I'm going to make some more of this. Dump this out and make some more. For any of you that are new here, this is the stuff that I spray on my stones, and I'm going to teach you how to make it. Really good for cleaning off tape residue. It takes a little longer than Goo Gone, I think, but it's not that bad. Okay, so we're going to start off with, this is a 2-ounce bottle. Enough alcohol to fill up until like right there, where that bubble thing is at. Isopropyl alcohol, 70%. Okay. Next, you're going to need some mineral oil. And I'm going to put 8 drops of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tegan, what's up? How's it going? And then you put 1 drop of Dawn dish soap. And then once you're done with the dish soap, you're going to put the rest water. And then you shake it. And that's how you get the oil to actually do something instead of just being in there. And yes, unscented mineral oil. I'm doing just fine. How about yourself? Okay. So this is a 400 grit. Vitrified diamond stone from Cheefer Cut, CheeferCuut. I'm pretty sure it's like the only thing that they make, but I don't remember, honestly. If you're going to pick one up from Blade Binge, you can buy it directly for cheaper. I sold 3 knives last night and saved people, what, like 30, 35 bucks? Plus 10 bucks in shipping on each of them. So if you want to buy something, tell me what you want to buy, and I'll tell you a price where you can buy it directly from me. But I only take Cash App, so fair warning. This sounds horrible. I'd love to reprofile on this, but I feel bad doing it because this thing was way more expensive than the one I'm actually going to reprofile with. Randall's, what's up? How's that iridium treating you? I hope well. Okay. Nope, I don't do trades. Or did no, Brando bought the iridium. Did Randall's buy something? Give me a sec. Randall's is on the list, I know that. Oh, the Tenacious, okay. God, I get people mixed up. I'm horrible. Worst YouTuber ever. God, I feel horrible for this knife. The 5th worst at most. Strange looking hands. Never heard that before. Thank you, Lou. I appreciate the friendly reminder that I'm not the worst YouTuber you've ever seen. God damn, this MDC went in a #1. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. This S90V is chippy. All I want is a burr all the way across it. So genuinely, not messing around here. My hands don't look like that. Under the camera, they look so much bigger than they are. I have no clue how to prove it to you guys, but genuinely speaking, my hands really don't look like that. Dude, it does. My hands look like they're 20 pounds. They're probably 5. Oh, this thing needs so much more help. This is going to take a while. Well, I'll be honest, I don't have a quarter on me. I don't carry change. What I can do is hold something that definitely everybody owns. Oh, this thing needs broken in. I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure that a lot more people own one of these. Yeah, I don't think everybody owns a Griptilian, to be honest. They are way overpriced. And not everybody's going to own one of these. So that's a Rat 1. Well, Pens and Pen Blades obviously owns a pair of 2, so we'll show with that. And a pair of 1, or pair of 1. So pair of 3, pair of 2. Fuck it, fine. I'll find my pair or my Rat 2. I don't even know where I put that thing. There you go, Rat 2. Large. I wear large gloves. My favorite knife steel is 154 cm. It's just a great all-around steel. Well, I don't own a whole lot of MagnaCut, and it's not as fun to sharpen as 154 cm. Of course, it has to be heat treated properly. The 154 cm does. And if it's heat treated properly, then it all works out. Benchmade's 154 cm, I can get that stuff razor sharp in like 4 minutes and go through a grit progression too. Like I'll start on the 140 and end with a 1000 in 4 minutes. I don't know. I don't know how Benchmade does it. But they don't use 154 cm anymore. Okay. Liston, what's up? How's it going? No, I think it needs to be in the low 60s though. 61, 62 would be great. Right on the edge of where it's supposed to be. So, fun fact about the spray stuff that I use. You'll start noticing black dots all over. So what happens is the steel dust clumps up in these little dots all over the place, and it's kind of a gummy consistency. It feels like used eraser, but it's I'm assuming the oil and the alcohol mixing with the steel particles. Well, I mean, we're only on 400 grit, and I think I'll probably bring it up to a finish on this and then be done. Yeah, the tip is rough. Somebody tried sharpening it on a belt. It's obvious. Oh, the website? Yeah. That tip is hurting. Yep. So that's how you know that somebody before you didn't know how to sharpen worth shit. It does happen a lot. People think that they can hold an angle properly with a belt, and they just can't. It's possible to bring it back. The issue is if I decided to go through and bring it all the way back, I'm taking off years of this thing's life. I'm taking off years of this thing. Yeah. Multiple sharpenings. We're talking like, I'm going to take a guess here. To remove that much material, bring it back to where it should be with a proper angle. 20? 20 full sharpenings off the life of that blade. Or I could just leave the tip dull. Now this is the things that I take into consideration when sharpening is I want the customer's knife, the blade, to last as long as possible. And I'll be honest, I might send them an email and ask how much it would cost for them to bring it back to the shape that it should be. Because I just know that I'm not going to be able to do that. It's not the plunge grind right here as much as resharpening up here. I'd have to remove that much material from that to that for it to be the right shape. And that is a shit ton of material. Because that's what's going to make it look good. It'll have a sharp tip, as it should. I'm doing just fine. How about yourself? If I do a micro bevel for it, then it's just not gonna work out right. It doesn't look like, it doesn't look professional. It really doesn't. And it's gonna perpetually, the next person is gonna perpetually be chasing that micro uh, bevel on the tip instead of chasing the angle that I've set for the rest of the knife. I understand that the tip isn't going to be sharp. And as much as it sucks to be okay with that, there is nothing I can do. This is a Koenig Arius. That's something you're going to want to wait for it to sharpen out. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I hate it how they do that. But, like, one side is significantly, the bevel's significantly larger than the other. That's something you just want to wait for. You're going to lose, depending on how bad it is, like 4 or 5 sharpenings out of the life of that blade if you take it out yourself. Miguron, yes, I've heard of them. Never really looked into them that far because, well, everybody else started reaching out to them to get free shit, and I said, well, they're probably getting pretty annoyed with that, so I'm not going to reach out. Yep, no problem. Spyderco's warranty. Never tested it. I might test it. I don't know what their warranty's all about, but I might test it with this one. Because that blade, it needs help. I don't know what they'll do with it, but this one's tip is honestly worse than the Koenig because the tip just isn't there. At least the tip on the Arius is there. Well, Metal Complex has, at the very least, more than double the amount of subscribers that I have. I know that for a fact. You know, I missed a spot cleaning this. Huh. I don't know. The company I'm interested in right now is called Geo Knife. I just can't afford any of their stuff, but they make it all out of M390 and titanium. So I got a feeling that if I reached out to them and they said, sure, they'll send me something, I'd be pretty happy with it. They're priced pretty well too. M390 in titanium for under 150. The downside of uh, of all that being, I know for a fact, and it sounds mean, but it's true. Most of the people watching my channel are not willing to dump $150 on a knife. So if I tell them I can bring their products to people that haven't seen them before, I can't guarantee that anybody's going to buy anything. So I think I might move up to the 500 diamond lap on this, but that's the highest I'm going to take this thing. Then we'll move up from the lap to the, let's see, the lap is blue. Yeah, okay. The lap is this one, green. I don't know, I haven't looked into their reviews because I like doing my own reviews. Plus, if you watch somebody else's review and you like that person, you might develop a bias against or towards the knife. So I like going in without any information. You mean like the half-inch thick Damasteel Alpha Beast? Thing's fucking ugly, but yes, I've probably seen it. Oh, that diamond lap is going to be... I'm telling you guys, these lapping films are a great way of finishing. They're a little pricey, but yep, you have a good one, Pens and Pen Blades. We'll see you later. I can understand that. But again, if I watch any video on anything that I'm buying, and sometimes I regret not watching reviews on them first, but you know, if you watch a review on it, then you have expectations. And if it does or doesn't meet those expectations, then you're kind of screwed, you know? Like, you don't get to make your own opinions. So that's why I typically don't watch knife videos. Sometimes I watch videos on sharpening, sharpening things, because sharpening stuff I'm buying for extended use. But a knife, most knives, I only get to carry them for like a week. So they make aluminum oxide lapping films too. And I don't bring those things up because I don't have any. But I'm sure that they're less expensive than these. Sure, yeah, but I'm the one that makes the reviews, so like, don't get me wrong, if it's one, a knife that I'll never be able to afford, or two, a knife that I'm not interested in, I'll watch the video. But most of the time, if it's a knife that I'm interested in, I'm just not going to watch the video on it. Like, I've wanted a Sebenza for, what, a little over a year now? I've never watched a video on it. I already know I want one because I've held one before. And why do I want one? Because they're comfortable. It is the only frame lock knife where I can press against the frame and not have issues opening it. And that would be thanks to the fact that they use a giant ball bearing for the lock face instead of using titanium or a stainless insert or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't watch his videos either. I think the fame went to his head. Like, his channel blew up and, you know, it just hasn't been the same. Or maybe once his channel blew up, I didn't like him anymore because his channel blew up. I don't know. I just don't enjoy watching his content, so I don't. It's the same thing with Neve's Knives. I don't particularly like his way of making videos, so I don't watch them. I'll recommend other people watch them, sure, but I don't watch them myself. I'll need to talk to them about this. So there's a burr right there. And that's the burr that I cut myself on the other day. See if I can grab it with a pair of tweezers or something. I don't know. I can't talk too much because, yeah, I couldn't release one video a day, let alone two. So that right there, that tiny burr cut the shit out of my pinky the other day. So I need to talk to them about finishing quality because that is a big deal. I'd hate for somebody else to buy one of these sets just to get cut from holding it wrong. So I will be sending them an email about that. I don't know, I never watched his stuff either. My day is going just fine. How about yourself, Demon? Stropping. Now we're up for stropping. But yeah, I'm telling you guys, those diamond lapping films are genuinely useful for like burr removal and final finishing edge or whatever. I've heard that sound before. Do you guys hear this? So that's an uncommon sound that you don't hear on knives very often. Michael, welcome back. Your PM2 is prepped and ready for shipping. It will be shipped out tomorrow. So this is the same sound from a Griptilian. Okay. Back to the Arius. Okay, so that higher pitch sound doesn't come from knives often, and what I'm doing is passing my thumb across the edge like that. I'm not pushing, and I'm not pushing into it, I'm pulling away. So that sound is, if I'm not mistaken, unfortunately, from an edge or from a final angle that is very, very thin. And I'm not sure that S90V is going to handle that well. For service prices, no clue. What do you mean for service prices? I'm going to be honest, when I started making knife YouTube videos, do I charge for servicing the knives? So this one's one of my buddies. I didn't have it shipped to me or anything. It kind of depends on what you have in mind, and the problem I have with servicing knives for payment with shipping is if it gets lost in shipping. I would agree that pitch is based on full dimensions, but the only other sound that I've heard this on was a straight razor. Every other knife that I've done that to doesn't sound like that. Nope, it's a hollow. It's like a 10-inch hollow or something. The behind the edge on this thing's thin. Really, really thin. Way thinner. Like, I'd almost say half the thickness of a Griptilian thin. There's not a ton of material there. Yeah. Oh, then I was thinking of convex. Sorry. I get those two mixed up. Honestly, I do. If it's 2:17, you should probably get to bed. I know being tired for school freaking sucks, so highly recommend taking care of yourself before you start watching YouTubers. Because your day-to-day routine is significantly more important than their live stream. And chances are you can go watch the live stream back if you wanted to. Well, you might as well get that 2.5 hours. Trust me, a little bit of sleep is better than none. So I think we're going to be done with that for tonight. There isn't much more I can do with it. I wouldn't doubt that at all. What was that from? Did I leave chips? There's chips in the blade. Honestly, if I would probably buy a phone book. Because magazines are just, I don't know. Contact the company, just show up at their door. They're like 5 or 6 miles from my house. Just show up at their door. Say, hey, I need a new blade for this. A new two-tone blade that you haven't made in 8 years. This knife's 8 years old. We'll see you later, Brando. You have a good one. Phone books for free, huh? I live in Boise, Idaho, where Chris Reeve is 10 miles and Koenig is 6. Buck is like 330 miles and Tops Knives is 200 something miles. I think Benchmade's like 400 miles. Well, that's pretty close, or that's a pretty good deal. Smoky Mountain Knife Works, their shop is huge. A while back, I used to watch their live streams where they would live stream the security cameras in the store. It was pretty entertaining. So yeah, I think I'll send them an email, ask them how much a new blade would cost if we could do it in S90V, but I doubt that they're gonna take the time to do a full two-tone in S90V for any inexpensive amount of money. I'm live. Wow. Yeah, I got my first Demco from a pawn shop. And I kind of regret it because they did a really bad job heat treating it. You might not be wrong. Sell it with the beater blade and a spare blade. Sell it for like 1,200. I don't know. I'm just guessing because I'm not 100% sure how much I could get out of it. Well, my local pawn shops won't buy the good old gas station knives. So, with that being the case, because they need something that'll make money, right? And I've told them this. If you continue buying trash, you will not make money. So the place that I like to go, they only buy decent stuff. Decent to good. They don't buy any of the trash. So their shop is full of Civivi, CJRB, Spyderco, Benchmade, stuff like that. And they actually make a decent amount of money on that stuff because nobody wants to buy trash. Speaking of trash, my custom Para 3 will be happening, and I will be magnesium is really, really lightweight. So my custom Para 3 will be being made, and if I can spare the money to do it, I will have it laser engraved with, now this is going to be entertaining. So you see how it has the spider or the bug on it? And up here it says Spyderco and the blade steel. And over here it says where it was made and maker marks. So mine will say, I'll probably put like a dragonfly or something right there. It'll say KO Knives, VG10, and I don't know, just assembled in USA or something. I don't know how much the laser engraving is going to cost, though. But it would be very entertaining to have a Spyderco that does that. I don't know. I want something similar to the bug without infringing on the copyright of that. Similar, but not like the exact same. I'll be honest, it's not really removing that much life. If your blade is like this long, let's be real here, you're not going to be using it. Right here. Be honest with me and tell me, right? If that's all that's left, are you going to continue using this knife? Before I stab myself, if that's all that's left, are you going to be using this knife? Because I sure as hell won't be. I'm buying another one. I already have two, but you get the point. Well, halfway is right here. I've never had a single knife long enough to sharpen that much. The only knife that I have where most of the blade is gone is 116 years old. Or 100. Yeah, 116 years old. I get where he's going, and I would consider this, as stupid as it sounds, height. Like length, width, height. How many people have you seen with a Spyderco that's sharpened down that much? Because I don't think I've seen a single one that's sharpened to right there. That is years, like decades of sharpening. That's not something you're just going to have happen on a regular basis. And if you're really that worried about it, buy two. Buy one and buy another one. Well, I don't. And the reason I don't is because I only carry them for a week. Yeah, if you sharpen on an angle or an angle grinder, on a bench grinder or a belt sander or something like that, then I could understand worrying about it, but if you're using stones like I am, how many decades do you think you're going to live, dude? Okay. Oh, that should last 3 decades easily. But I want to talk to you about my dad's knife, right? My dad's knife that I got him for Father's Day last year is in D2. He abuses the hell out of that thing and does stuff that I tell people you probably shouldn't do. I have sharpened that knife twice. And I do want to give you guys a heads up. When I sharpened it, I didn't have a full strop set up yet. So I didn't get any stropping sessions out of that thing. All I got was the sharpenings, and I only sharpened it twice. I mean, how many times do you think you're going to sharpen a knife? Right? What do you do with a knife that's going to make you need to sharpen it that often? See, with restaurants, I can understand that. Especially if you're buying cheap stuff. Not claiming that you were, but if you buy a cheap knife, it will not last very long. Yes and no. Pocket knives and kitchen knives have separate heat treat types. Kitchen knives tend to be heat treated lower than pocket knives because of how large they are. And yeah, VG10 is a common blade steel for kitchen knives, for decent kitchen knives. 14C would be good as a kitchen knife steel, but VG10 is used pretty often, and it's usually sitting. Let's see. In pocket knives, VG10 sits probably 59 to 61 pretty dang often. And with kitchen knives, they're probably sitting at like 56 to 58. Yep. You have to be actually looking for VG10 most of the time to find it. You have to be looking for it specifically. But yeah, in the food industry, I could completely understand worrying about the length of a knife's life. But that's a kitchen knife. Kitchen knives don't have the edge retention that pocket knives do because they need that extra toughness. So I have, I'm not going to say I have an opportunity to do it, but I reached out to a company that makes kitchen knives because they started making folding knives too. Told them I was interested in checking out their new folding knives. They never got back to me, unfortunately. And the more I look into it, the more I realize they are charging way too much for the knife that they're selling. With G-Carta and VG10, I think it's like $185. Like, justify to me why VG10 is over 150. That needs justification because I will not take that on the nose and say, "Oh, that's okay." It's not. Yeah, processing food, meat, and just anything food related in general. It kills the lifespan of knives. I've looked into them a little bit. Dude, that one chef's knife from Benchmade that's like 400. Are you shitting me? So I've looked into Grimsmo a little bit. Not a ton, just a little bit. Enough to understand that I can't afford their stuff. Oh, that's cool looking. I think Ontario Knife Company makes some folding kitchen knives too. Yeah, they are just way too expensive for me. I have to enter a wait list. Fuck that. Oh, they're Canadian? Oh. Mm. I didn't know that they made them in Canada. That doesn't really change anything. I was just making fun of them for it. Yeah, if I want to do a full polish on that, it's going to take too long. Peter, how's it going? If I knew how to pronounce that, I would, but how's it going? That is a lot toothier than S30V at 3000 grit. Interesting. So what do you guys think about me buying and testing some Shapton series stones? The Shapton Koromaku series? Microscope's right over here. Well, how much are those? Plus, I need a step up. I need a step between 1,000 and 6,000. If you're on the fence, my recommendation is find a cheap knife. Do you know what grit the stone is? I've been stropping at the wrong angle. No, I'd agree with that. There are a couple steels that I have that'll do fine with that. Thank you for reminding me of the microscope. I've been stropping at the wrong angle on this thing. Okay, you just got into knives. Really don't know about sharpening. Okay, that's why you're a mod. No, it isn't. You're a mod because you wanted to post a link to something once. So I let you do it, and then I never got rid of it. But sure, we'll just stick with the you're helpful excuse. So you don't know what grit it is. Hmm. No, not shots fired. That's honesty. And if honesty hurts your feelings, then that sucks because facts don't care about your feelings. Helpful. I'll admit he's helpful sometimes. And he's in here more often than any of the other mods, so. Okay, well, if you want to learn how to sharpen, I'm not a great teacher, but if you go onto YouTube, which you're already here, congratulations, and you look up Outdoors 55, there's a burr on YouTube. He is way better at teaching people how to sharpen than I am. And if you sit there and watch like 10 of his videos, you'll learn more than I could teach you in one stream, by far. And I stream for like 4 hours, so I'd love to keep you here if you wanted to stick around, but I'm just not great at teaching. One of these days we might. You're right. Where did it come from? I have no clue. Outdoors 55. What has he got, like 700,000 subscribers or something now? Let me look him up real quick. Don't forget the S. Yeah, Outdoors 55. Oh, 430,000. But yeah, the video I recommend watching is I don't know. It's one that says 4 things you're doing wrong while sharpening or something like that. And that's a great start. Lots of helpful information on his videos. Highly recommend watching. He has sharpened knives from butter knife dull, because it was a butter knife, up to shaving sharp with a brick. The dude's good at what he does. Am I that good? Possibly. I haven't tested it. happy to help. If you want to stick around, you can. If you'd rather go learn, go ahead and go learn. I'm not going to interrupt that. How does it feel now? Really, really toothy. I'm starting to really like S45. Great, now I gotta pick up all that shit. Oh, the downside that you guys don't see behind making videos. Clean up. Now we'll go to the last strop. Okay. Yep. Well, I have a feeling that my sister is not willing to work up to scented mineral oil. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense for her. The compound that I use. So on this one is this stuff, but I think Flitz would work just fine. Flitz. And then on this one, I use this stuff. And if you want to buy this stuff, it is $23 from Cutting Lace EDC on Blade Binge, which is a pretty solid price. Just remember to shake it before use, because all the diamonds settle out at the bottom if you don't. So you shake it so that there's nothing settling, and then you spray it on this with something behind it, because it's blue dyed and it will stain. Speaking of which, this could probably use a little bit more application. So we'll use something that's dirty already. Yeah, something that I forgot the last time that I sprayed this stuff was to shake it. Then you're supposed to let it dry. Oh, it smells like diamonds. You want to know what that smells like? It smells like nothing, for any of you who are guessing. It doesn't smell like anything. Aries, what's up? How's it going? So yeah, you're supposed to let it dry or else the diamond stuff comes off. The last time I did it, I didn't let it dry and it still works out just fine, but they recommend on every video I've ever watched that you let it dry. I watched 2 videos. I don't know. I don't usually ask questions about stuff. I kind of just use it, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Smells like stupidity. So this thing's probably going to go up for sale here pretty soon. I don't know. I want mine first. My new one. Now this one's great. It's basically new. Yeah, for that diamond emulsion, go email her. Solid stuff. It genuinely, like as small of a thing as it might seem, it genuinely brought my sharpening up to the next level. Dang, I got more subscribers than she does? Shit, how did that happen? Oh, she doesn't post anything. Okay. She has no videos and she's got almost 1,000 subscribers. She doesn't make 6 micron anymore. She makes 5 now. Why not? She's made 1 post. Wait. Yeah, she hasn't made a post in over a year. But yeah, you go check her out. Yeah, she swapped what micron she makes. So she used to make 6, which is what I was gonna go for, and then she moved down to 5. Yep, I think, I've never asked her how much she charges. I'd ask her, but I sharpen my own shit, and I don't I don't need to. Honestly, I should probably do that. I should probably offer that as a service. The problem I have with doing that is if I offer that as a service and something gets lost in the mail, I'm going to feel horrible about it. Now, don't get me wrong, I insure everything that I ship for the full amount that it's worth. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be charging that much. I don't even charge that much in person. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's probably better than I am. Oh, that includes shipping? Okay, that's not bad then. Yeah, including shipping, I'd probably be charging right around that, yeah. 20 to 25. Well, yeah, she probably is. I'm not going to say she is 100%. She probably is. She's got significantly more experience than I do. And she's probably got significantly more stones and so I charge 5 total for pocket knives. So for one of these, I charge 5. I charge extra for the lapping finish. Never talked to her personally. I mean, I've talked to her on Blade Binge a little bit, but only about my order. So yeah, for the lapping finish, I charge extra. And I won't do it on every knife either. I'll only do the lapping finish on knives that'll take it. So S45, S30V. S30V doesn't seem to like it. I don't know. Yeah, S45 likes it. I'm sure I could get this to like it too, because it's AUS-8. But like S90V, but yeah, S90V, M4, M390, Maximate, MagnaCut would probably take it. The high carbide steels, I won't do a polished finish. I'll go up to 600 and probably leave it right about there. Maximate, I'll leave it 4. 400's perfectly fine with that. You know, now I'm curious. I'm supposed to be testing these things, so the more of these knives I get to sharpen, the better. Now, what do I have this finished to? Damn, I was not good at sharpening back then. Did not hold an angle worth shit. Well, gotta follow the same angle. I was supposed to get one. Aiden sent one to Knives, I guess, to send to me. And Knives, I guess, life or financial stuff isn't going great because one of his cars or his wife's car is having issues. So I told him to wait on shipping it until he was in a more comfortable position. Frankly, I could probably pay to have it shipped, now that I think about it. Yeah, I haven't tried it because I don't have one, so. Have you looked into the WE40 carbon? So that's Wicked Edge's new. I mean, I think it came out this year, but it's a budget version of their higher end stuff. Me personally, I've decided that I'm so far into the regular sharpening systems, well, the regular sharpening stuff. There's no point in me getting into a Wicked Edge or anything that's a fixed angle. Like the only fixed angle system that I'm mildly interested in is made by some company that keeps on advertising to me on Facebook. Basically, it's a system that you hook up to a stone, and it holds the angle for you, and you just go sharpening like you normally would have. Well, I've gotten to the point where I don't think that a fixed angle system will sharpen better than I will. It may take less time, but I don't care about time. So, see, that's a decent idea, but I'll be honest, I kind of don't even go for discounts. I go for free shit. So, if I'm reaching out for or to a company, I'm typically asking for something for free. And if not, I'm reaching out to tell them that there's something wrong with one of their products. And as you guys should know by now, honesty at free was implied. Well, I'm pretty sure that companies actually do discounts for reviews. Just a free 99 discount. I would agree with that. And here's the thing that companies might not think about as often is I offer to make videos, and they're basically trading one product for two videos. What they don't think about, or what probably doesn't come to mind, is I stream all the time, and I talk about the products that I use on stream all the time. Anybody asking for a recommendation, I recommend the stuff that I use as long as it works. If it doesn't work, I'm not going to recommend it. But if it works and I'm happy with it, it gets an endorsement and I talk about it all the time. So I do want to talk about one thing about the diamond lapping films. There's one thing that they don't do well, or specifically one of these things doesn't do it well. The 500, or not the 500, the 320 grit did not hold up for as long as the rest of them have. Oh yeah, I fucked this thing up miserably when I sharpened it. At least the very edge is going to be nice and sharp. It'll come out over time, not a big deal. That's how my videos tend to be. Is the unboxing or the first impressions video tends to talk about the things that I notice about it, and then the videos after that tell you what I actually think of the product. So if I get something and I make a first video on it, the second video is where I'm critical. The first video is just, here's what I got. And I have a video of this thing recorded, but it was a decently long video. And frankly, after cutting this one, I kind of feel like I need to redo the video. Hence why it hasn't been uploaded yet. And I'm sure that they're not super happy with me about that, but I need to be honest about stuff. And sure, I did an unboxing video, but the unboxing video included me taking my Griptilian, wherever the hell I put that thing. I took my Griptilian, I took a screwdriver, and then I doled the shit out of it by doing this. And then I completely reprofiled and sharpened it on the lapping films. And I got the nastiest edge I've ever gotten on one of these things. However, like, I was going to edit that and upload it. And by editing, I mean just increase the volume and then upload it. But now that I've made a mistake with one of these, that I didn't realize you could damage them as much as you can, I feel like I need to talk about that in the video before I start recommending things. Because that is a section of this that I cut out. Well, what was the flaw? I highly doubt that any other knife YouTuber's watching me right now, so. Hmm. And I've never seen the Bulldog, to be honest. I don't think I have. Oh, yeah, I have. Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest, I wouldn't have bought that. God, there's a lot of people saying that, like, based off of the, I don't like clickbaiting like that. Like G-Ball. Premium, powerful, perfect. That's saying a lot. You need to see this from Stassa 23. Now, I am a little biased because I think it's ugly and I don't think I'd ever carry it. You know, the only reason you'd think of that, the only reason you would think of that is because you were in the food industry. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that's a bad thing by any means. Yeah, I can see what you're talking about. That could be an issue. But yeah, I don't do clickbait stuff. My 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 thumbnails are knife, here's the name of it, here's the company, price, blade steel, and first impressions or 1 week review. That's it. I don't do any clickbaiting. I just tell you exactly what I'm doing. I tell you exactly what the video is about. And if you want to watch it or not, that is up to you. I think that that's the right way of doing things. However, unfortunately, clickbaiting gets more views. That's one of the other things about Spyderco too, is that their finger choils aren't on the edge of the knife. Just for shits and giggles. Let's sharpen a utility blade, an X-Acto knife blade. The one that I used to cut all of these. Yeah, the problem I have again with Spyderco That is a lot tighter of an angle than I was expecting. That's better. The problem with Spyderco doing it the way that they do it to me is there's no sharpening choil. It's only finger choil and then plunge grind and then now don't get me wrong, it's nice not having a choil get in the way of cutting stuff. Other than that, it sucks. Yeah, they could. There's a lot of things that they could do, but something else you need to keep in mind is they've already sold how many of them? Are you going to go and do a recall on all those and just discontinue this model? That's not economically smart. Like the whole thing with the new Buster. The Buster FG or whatever. I'm going to be honest. I'm starting to wonder if other YouTubers are nice about certain products so that they don't lose favor with companies. Because I don't think I've heard a whole lot of negative things about Kaiser, but I've heard a decent amount about Civivi. So it kind of makes you wonder if there's something going on with Kaiser that the other companies don't have going on. I'm just talking in general. I hear a lot more people talking shit about Civivi than I do about Kaiser. Now, maybe that's because Kaiser does stuff better, but I'm not 100% sure about that. I have one Kaiser. Yeah, I'll admit, I think that B's. I don't watch a whole lot of his videos, I'll be honest. Once I started doing my own streams, I stream when he streams at this point. So I'm kind of stepping on his toes a little bit, taking what, like a quarter of his viewers, which I kind of feel bad about, but I don't know. I think he's pretty close with Ramet. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not making any claims, to be completely clear. I just don't think that I've ever heard him talk bad about anything from Ramet. And you know what Ramet does? They come back and they buy a whole bunch of gifted memberships. That's one thing that I'll be honest with you guys about. I won't do. I don't care how big this channel gets. Honesty comes first. And it always will, because I don't think any amount of money could convince me to make other people waste their money. And I know that sounds stupid, but you'd have to pay me some absolutely exorbitant amount of money that I don't think most companies could afford. I don't know who that is. Javon? I don't know who that is. And that's the other thing is I don't like the thought of taking payment from a company. I'll take free shit. Don't get me wrong, I'll take free shit all day. But being paid gives you a sort of a feeling of I need to say this right or else I'm not going to get paid again. When I'd much rather have honest reviews. Well, Taylor makes enough money to buy all his shit. I don't. I'm pretty sure I'm living below the poverty line. And the only reason I can afford to live below the poverty line is because I'm still in my parents' house. So, yeah, I've never heard of him. He's never showed up on my feed either. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody else talk about him. Not that that's supposed to mean something, but I've just never heard of anybody else say that that channel. Hey, focus. This isn't the Atoma. You can't just unfocus on me. On the Atoma, I understand. That thing's shiny. How many subscribers does he have? I'm not saying that changes much, but it would explain why I haven't seen him or not. Well, it might explain why I haven't seen him before. Watch this dude have like 6,000 or something, you know, more than me. Yeah, exactly. So I've been tempted by my buddy to buy his Tormac. But KO, I thought you didn't want. Shut up. I'll explain. Reprofiling some of these knives takes forever. So, specifically for the excuse of reprofiling some of these things that are just mangled, like the Arius or the military. Both of those things need a full, deep reprofile. But most of my other knives, I get them lightly used. The military just came with all the other knives that I actually wanted. The PM2, the Para 3, the Little Native, Tenacious, you know, all the stuff that I actually bought that, well, sure. For a knife, gently used is scratches here and there. You know, a destroyed edge. It's weird. It's kind of hard to do. They're a very stupid angle. It's like a 13, 12-degree angle. It's not easy to hold. Well, look at how big the bevel is, right? And then notice that it's about as thin as a fingernail. To pull that off, this shit has to be thin. Thin, thin. Now, paper. Oh, I still haven't stropped it yet. I forgot to strop it. Pardon me. This is going to take a sec. Actually, wait, give me a sec. I got to think of this. This angle. This angle. I think it's like 14 degrees total. So 7 per side. And they're made out of something like 420 J2. Just for shits and giggles. Fawn, what's up? Pretty good looking for an X-Acto knife. Definitely beats the factory edge, I'll give him that. A digital microscope. Yeah, I've never messed with a whole bunch of that fancy shit. I'm doing wavy push cuts. Tell me somebody who can do that. You know, I don't really like talking about other YouTubers like that because it sounds defamatory, but I bring it up because I'm curious about it. Yeah, I would like to have something like that. I just can't afford to be buying shit all the time. But yeah, it might seem like I'm trying to be defamatory when I talk about other YouTubers, but I'm more just curious what's going on. Like, I don't know anything about Zach's stuff. I've talked to him like twice on one of his streams, but he likes Benchmade a little too much, if you ask me. And the only reason I say that is because just about everybody else agrees that they're overpriced, and he just buys them anyway. Yep, if something sucks, I'll tell you guys. I'm shaving with an X-Acto knife that I sharpened. Pardon me while I shave my hand like the sophisticated man that I am. Fucking hilarious. Those lapping films are no joke, but they are. This stuff is so funny. And here's another thing. If you want my honest opinion on something, if you want my honest opinion on something, hop into one of my streams and ask. I will give you a dead answer right there. You ever noticed why that Crate Tactical OTF only got one review? You ever noticed why I don't pull it out all the time? I wasn't impressed. The HRC on that thing was low. I'm talking mid 50s low. And they're charging like $140 for that. So tell me how you can justify $140 for an OTF that is using D2 at a suboptimal, significantly suboptimal HRC. I don't understand how people do that. Well, I wanted to try it out because the pawn shop I go to all the time was thinking about doing a partnering thing there. Dragon Master, what's up? I haven't seen that knife, but I can look it up. Reich makes some really interesting stuff. Oh, okay, I've seen that. Yeah, the little punch dagger thing. Way, way overpriced, but it is cool. Yeah, 525 for titanium and M390 is just really up there. What company do I buy my sharpening stuff from? Okay. So that's a little bit of a deeper question that needs a little bit more explaining. But I've got a DMT. I have an SATC. The SATC is the one that I'm going to recommend for beginners. You can get them on Amazon for like 22. Up here I've got diamond lapping films. I wouldn't recommend those for anybody that doesn't know what they're doing. You've got to be pretty deep into this to understand that you can't push hard on those. You will cut them. I've got a Chiefer cut 400 grit, and I've got an Atoma 140 and an Atoma 600. But yeah, the one that I recommend the most, I'll show you just a sec, is this. 22 bucks. Great starting set. You get a 400 and a 1000. But yeah, definitely worth looking into. SATC on it is Blade Binge, yes. Give me just a sec. Sean, welcome back. Yep, no problem. So you can find Bonk, you're in Canada, aren't you? I mean, I'm pretty sure I can sell to Canada, but lately, if it's really screwed up, I start with a 140 grit. But if it's kind of just regular wear, I'll start on that 400 that I just showed off. Then I flip it over, go to the 1000, and then I move up to the diamond lapping films. But you don't have to do that. That's just because I'm pretentious and I'm a little bit of a shit stain. I'm an asshole. I love being pretentious sometimes. The reflective finish is just really nice to see. Yeah, you'd think so. I'm almost at 1,700 subscribers. How does this shit happen? Okay, so to get to my Blade Binge account where you can buy stuff, you click on my profile, you click right here and right there. If you are not in the US, then you would have to buy from here. If you're in the US, then I will sell to you directly if you use Cash App. I don't like PayPal because they held money from me when I needed it, so I won't work with them anymore. Yep. The edge on this took me about 15 minutes. Appreciate it. If there's anything that you're interested on there, tell me. I have no clue how sharp it is. Ooh. There are chips on this? No. Huh. I was wondering why it stopped. It shouldn't have stopped. Well, this wavy stuff was from a different knife. I will tell you guys that these polished finishes don't like cardboard. It doesn't help. Okay, first of all, I will never be calling that thing the Sonder. That sounds stupid. I'm going to call it the Wug Out, and we're going to stick with that. I don't see a chip anywhere on it. And trust me, a missing part out of a mirror, you'd notice. I don't feel it either, so... Yeah, Sonder just sounds dumb, but I think Wug Out, Walmart Bug Out, Wug Out, that's peak right there. Same with the, what's the new one that's a Tonto? They called it the Valor or whatever. Like, dude, just call it the Whale Out. It's a Walmart bailout. Get over it. Every one of those knives that's a cheaper version of a real one should be named with a W at the front and the rest of the name of the one that they're copying. Because that shit is hilarious. I do not own any throwing knives. Or if I do, I don't remember. But throwing knives aren't my thing. I stick with the folding knives. And bonk, if you're going to buy something, check your local knife laws. I don't need you getting it confiscated by the Canadian police or whatever you call those people. The police officers up in Canada. Yeah, I'll be honest, I wouldn't even know where to start when it comes to throwing knives. You'd need some sort of tough steel. God, I am hungry. That's what I get for having a donut for dinner instead of actual food. Now it's 2 a.m. I would agree with you there. However, I'm using printer paper, and yeah. Look, if my arms weren't bald already, There you go. One pass, shaving sharp. Thanks. I really needed that confidence booster, Lou. Really helped. Feel like I could rule the world now. Pretty much all of my knives are shaving, so yeah. And I don't need to test them to know that. I'm just that good. How long have we been streaming? 3.5 hours? I might cut it here pretty soon. Lou, where are you from? I don't think I've ever asked that. And trust me, I'm not going to remember after you tell me either. Or just curious. I don't carry band-aids. You live in DC? That sucks. I almost feel bad for you. Almost. Let's reprofile Amora. Oh, good for you. So you don't live in a shithole. Well, I mean, it's still DC, but yeah, that's the worst part about this stone. Well, I live across the country from both of you, so. On the bright side, I'm far enough away from Lou that I don't have to worry about things. Definitely unfortunate. Well, that bevel's huge, and you kind of just stick the knife flat and then lift it until it sits flat again. So for this one, it's not impressive. For the other ones, maybe, but this one, piece of cake. This is probably one of the easier knives that I've sharpened. Well, I'm not either, but every once in a while I want to carry a fixed blade, and this is my go-to. Other than the 511. The 511 was my go-to first. This sucks. I'm not getting any deep cuts on it like I should be. The diamonds aren't cutting as deep as they should be. It's just my go-to fixed blade if I actually want to carry a fixed blade. God, I have stones sitting everywhere. I think spiciness was the right word. Why a 6? I'm not saying it's a bad knife, just asking. It's a whole point better than the 5. I'm asking because I might be able to get my hands on an SE3 here pretty soon. Maybe. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it's in an auction that I'm interested in. SKSI, welcome back. How's it going? Well, exactly, but the way that I price things, an SE3 would be a pretty dang good deal, as long as I get a good deal on it. It is an Atoma 140 grit. And yes, it eats steel. It is specifically for reprofiling tasks, like what we're doing now. Like, of course, I could put a secondary bevel on this thing, but I'm not going to do that. What kind of OTFs are you looking into, Sean? OTFs aren't something that I would be selling, but I'm just curious. This is going to take a while. A Hera? Okay. A little pricey. According to everybody else, water helps extend the life of these things. So, and they're kind of expensive. This top stone's like $40. I'll stick with my water mixture. It works pretty well. Gravity knives are expensive too. Well, I use soapy water. And I use it on the vitrified stuff, so. Oh my god, it's gonna take me months to finish this. They're not that hard to close. All of them tend to keep your fingers out of the way. Yeah, Lou. What was the first knife you ever owned? We'll see you later, Sean. You have a good one. Appreciate the subscription. I'll finish sharpening that another day. Sharpening that one sucks. Making them shaving sharp, as I've been sharpening for quite a while. How long? What, I'm a few months into sharpening, but I've been sharpening almost daily for those few months, so um lots of practice. If you want to learn from somebody that's really good at it, go over to Outdoors 55 on YouTube. Yep, no problem. All right, Google, how do you spell Jared? Jared. It's lapping films. It's an 1800 grit. The company is Sharpo, and this set is 70 for 4 grits and 3 films from each grit. As a heads up, I did not pay for these. They sent them to me. But I've been happy with my results so far. uh, Lou, the second gen version of the Sonder sucks. I haven't tested the new one, but the original second gen sucks. No, Sharpo. Sharpo. Then maybe I'll test the third gen. I've still got to test my second gen. I said I was going to, and then I didn't. So I'll buy one of the third gens and I'll test it out. I'll show you the brand. Google, you suck. Sharp O. Well, I tried clicking on it. It didn't want me to click on it, so yes. So far, I've been happy, but I need to talk to them about some quality control, some quality of life things that they could upgrade on these that wouldn't take that much more in cost. The main thing being they need to deburr these screws. Yeah, Lou, what got you into knives? Fair enough. My God. As a heads up, guys, Mark, what's up? How's it going? We will be sharpening tungsten carbide this week. I believe on Friday I will also be doing a tandem stream with Stifler Manufacturing. They make Glock style slides in Arizona. It is a veteran owned, veteran run business. And I like what they're doing, so yeah, this should be great. I will be doing it earlier in the day though. So not my usual streaming time. I was told that somebody had it take 8 hours to sharpen. So just in case, I want to be prepared. And I think I might do it. Marie, how's it going? I think I might do it on that Friday stream with Stifler. No, I'll sharpen until I'm done. You're done collecting after that? I will probably be streaming tomorrow, yes. So, yep, you have a good one. We will see you later. Well, that's nice to hear. I'm about $15,000 away from being happy with what I have. So, what is your grail? I don't think we've had that conversation. Oh, okay, yeah, we've had that conversation before. What are the other two? I could see the Bel Air. Cheaper than the Bug Out with better materials. And the Civivi Catchet. Civivi discontinues stuff quite often. I'd suggest getting that first. Or the FM1. Because I'm pretty sure the FM1's discontinued. I'm giving a mirror polished edge to 8CR. What am I doing with my life? Fair enough. I could understand wanting a backup. There's a chip. I don't feel it though. You can see it having issues with cutting paper on that one spot. Henry, what's up? think I'm going to move back to the 500 grit and sharpen out that. Well, at least you got a few of them. Most of my knives I only have one of. And I've been unlucky enough to have a few of mine discontinued over the years. Over the 3 years that I've been collecting shit. So I'm assuming you want the Damascus one because it's got a better blade steel. To any other knife person, that's going to sound stupid, but the base model Civivis, a lot of their blade steels tend to suck. I'm getting fatigue in one of my arms from sharpening. Fair enough. Fine, 320. Honestly, you probably could. Seeing some of the prices on blade bench is insane. How some of these people think they're going to make that money, I have no clue. Thank you. I appreciate the homage. Fine. We'll move down one more. Well, up. $400 plate. Are you going to sell Kershaw leaks at least? Just buy them from me and then stick them up for a markup? They won't sell, I promise. That's one of those things where, like, if you've got a wife and she says, you have to put some of these knives up for sale, put the ones up for sale that will never sell. Everybody thinks that 35 is too much for an American-made knife. This isn't doing it. Well, then why would you take a leak? You know what? Fuck it. 140 grit. The only flaw is you don't like leaks. I can't pull a burr. I've got a burr now. Yeah. We'll look at this under the microscope. That burr is huge. Oh yeah. Yeah, now that's a burr. On both sides, no less. One at a time, obviously, but God, you start at the 1800 and you move up to the 3000 just to find out that there's a chip in the blade somewhere. Oh, what an annoyance. We'll flip it over to the 6 just for burr removal. Not even going to worry about getting it wet. Good. Now from the 6 down to the 5. It is 8CR. Yes, I've been spending the last 20 minutes sharpening a squid. And you know what I'm going to sell it for? Probably about what I paid for it when it was on sale. think I got it for 18. Like, I got this when I was just starting to get into YouTube. Yeah, they were selling these on sale for a new squid. I bought it new. These were on sale for cheaper than the ones without holes. And I don't know why they did that, but the ones with holes cost more to make. Like, it's got the box still and everything. So basically, the next owner is going to get a squid, a brand new squid, with a polished edge. And that's it. I don't know, I might. Yeah, I would be too. I might try and charge like 20. I don't know, I need to see how much they go for now. Oh, I'm going to be severely disappointed when I look this up. eBay. Yeah, you look it up, and the first one's 65 bucks. If I thought I could sell it for 65 bucks, I'd stick it on eBay too. Yeah, they're selling for around 16. Between 10 and 16. But what if I do a full custom engraving on it? Plus a polished edge. Yeah, that dude had it up for $65. A whole $65. That is insane to me. That's like a money laundering scheme right there. You know what would be really funny? Skewing the market. Now, God bless the person that buys it for 65. No clue what that means. Well, they kind of moved over to the Squid XM, which is stupid. The Squid Extra Medium. Like, are you shitting me? Call it the medium. The Squid M. You're gonna think I'm kidding when I say that, huh? Go look up what the XM stands for. Yeah, I figured as much. I mean, you couldn't even look up what this other dude was saying, could you? $76 likes. The hell did all those come from? Yeah, I can't help with that. Oh, I see 76. I think that's the most likes I've ever gotten on a stream. By far. Okay. Stropping. That's what's next. Yep. Congratulations to me. Congratulations to me. Blah, 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 blah. Congratulations to me. Nobody tells you shit anyway. Oh, thank God. You hear voices? You should probably see somebody for that. Well, that's going back in the for sale box. I think I'm going to end the stream here. I went about 37 minutes past when I wanted to. And it's hot in here, and I'm going to go complain to myself. So, yeah. Appreciate you guys showing up. And, ooh, shiny. Yep, we'll see you later, Lou. You have a good one. Everybody else, not everybody else, but hopefully you have a great rest of your day, night, morning, whatever it is. And we'll be streaming later tonight. Bye, guys.